Welcome, my friends. Welcome back to another IRL in real life as I build the Agora models, British Willy's SAS Jeep. Now, this kit is readily available on their website and they have many options on how you can subscribe to it. Head over there and check out the options that fit best for you in receiving this kit. It's a lot of fun and it's definitely a nice display piece if you're into military history and such and want to learn more about the British SAS and their operations in North Africa during World War II. It's a very fascinating and heroic part of World War II via the British. Now, it is Saturday morning. I am hoping to give you guys some interesting coverage today as I build Pack 5 of the British SAS Jeep. Pack 6 is on its way, so I want to get 5 out of the way. I haven't yet published the videos, the how-to videos yet in the playlist for this build, but they are ready to go. I got to do some editing there, so that's going to take a little bit of time. But in the meantime, you guys will get it live here. You'll see how I film and what I do here. I'll give you a closer view of my bench as I go along. But yeah, I think I have my mojo back. I got my cup of coffee. And it should be a fantastic day. All right, so what I have in front of me is the XO Collections Willy's Jeep. And this is the U.S. Army version of that Jeep. And fantastic Jeep here. I said this once before. I had some friends that actually owned the real thing. A friend up in Payson has one, and he's been restoring it. I'm not sure how far along he is with it, but now that he's fully retired, he was retired, but he, in a sense that he was still playing music. So he belonged to a band. Junction 87, I think, was the name of the band. You might be able to find their music online out there. It's a country western band. He had a fiddle player, guitar, and a drummer. So that's just 3 guys. Junction 87, check them out. But he's retired now from that. He's not doing it anymore. He did sing for my mother-in-law's memorial service that we had. We had a celebration of life for her a couple years back, and he came out and did that for us. So that was really nice of Bob to do that. So thank you, Bob Kennedy, who came out and did that. So anyway, this Jeep is cool. Back in the day when I went to Harrisburg Air Force Base in Pennsylvania, one of my students had a Jeep also. He had a very nice one, all fixed up in headquarters markings and all that. And he told me, yeah, I do a lot of parades. I do a lot of veterans events. So that was fantastic too. But, you know, when you have classic vehicles and cars back east, you know, you're kind of limited on when you can pull them out in the wintertime for obvious reasons. But it was gorgeous. Gorgeous Jeep. So I'd love to own one myself. And they're out there. You can find them. Some that need fixing up and some that are already fixed up. So, but this is a fantastic build. It is a very heavy car as it sits right now. Okay, so I thought I'd just pull this out just to show you what it looks like here in the beginning. Then I'll go ahead and get everything prepped for the SAS Jeep build, and we'll get that rolling. Should be fun here because I want to get 5 done and be waiting for number 6. Okay, so let me move this out of the way. and bring over the chassis. I'm still in my old studio for filming this. I haven't set up my filming bench yet in the new studio, but that'll be coming. So you can see here, made a lot of progress with the SAS chassis, and we'll look at that here in a second. Here's the pamphlet that you get with your build, and this is actually a pamphlet slash poster, but inside it gives all the details about the Jeep. And you can see that there. So what's really cool, it has a lot of stuff on it I'd never heard of before, like the sun compass, and some of the machine gun options are really cool here. This also gives you the 50 caliber machine gun. It gives you twin Vickers machine guns and a single Vickers machine gun. Of course, all the backpacks and jerry cans and metal sand channels. So if you get stuck in the sand, one of the techniques is to put down these channels in the sand to help get yourself out of it. Another is to deflate the tires. Obviously, deflating tires will give you more footprint on the sand. So yeah, this is nice here. And then you get the poster, right, that you can hang up in your hobby room or your office. Suitable for framing. I think it's very nice. Bring it down closer. Sorry about my light, my overhead light for the bench, kind of in the way there. Hey Gil, how you doing? Thanks for joining in. Yeah, it's a big Jeep. It'd be nice if there was ways of making it to RC, but I think it'd be too heavy for that. But it's definitely a big Jeep there. But yeah, this is what I've gotten done so far. I think in this next pack we'll be putting the other fender on, and the floor, we'll be getting the floor prepped. And I remember doing that on the green Army Jeep. But yeah, we'll be building a few more wheels and tires. But we have the exhaust system on. We have both differentials done, front and back differentials done. Now you need to watch my other two live videos before this to talk about how to strengthen up these axles and differentials. They're the weakest point for this kit. And I know because mine broke on the green Willy's Jeep, and I had to fix it. So in this case, we're just doing little preventative stuff, nothing expensive, nothing special. Just get yourself some gel super glue, and I show you how to do that in those videos. And I'll also show you in my in the videos I prepare for the playlist too. Okay, so that will be up and coming. I'll probably make a separate video showing that process, so people can just click on that. But yep, there it is. So that's that. We'll go ahead and look at pack 5. I received 5 more stages. I'm sorry, 8 more stages for pack 5. Now, they don't send you magazines or anything like that with each pack like some of the others do. In this case, you go online, you go to the download center of Agora Models and download. You have the choice of viewing viewing the instructions just right on your tablet or on your device, or you have the option of doing a save as, and it'll save it as a PDF, and you can print it out, um, or you can save it as a file. Okay, so the options are there. Plus, there's also a how-to video in the link there too. Okay, because they got this kit in the UK way before I did. All right, so we should be working on stages 31 through 38. And like I said, pack 6 is on its way. So 31 is fitting the right front wheel. Okay, but the parts you get parts for to build them in the next stage. So example here, we got the fender. We're going to assemble that in the next stage, or maybe later on. We'll see. We'll see how it goes here. I'm trying to remember offhand. 32. Let me get all these organized, and I got to actually do the video for this too. So, okay. 32 looks like voltage regulator, battery, and jerry can. .33 working on the radiator again. That's good. I'll have to get my parts out for that. 34. Some of the components for the engine. That's cool. We must be getting ready to mount the engine. All right. 35 is a wheel and some accessories for the SAS Jeep. 36 is or 35 is a tire, 36 is a wheel. So I'm going to combine 35 and 36 together. Makes sense. 37 is the front bumper. And then lastly, 38 is the floor. And you can see it's a nice box that these parts come in, very heavy duty box. No issues whatsoever with these, the way these are shipped to you, so very nice there. I just mark them for myself. All right. Get my overhead camera ready. I got a camera overhead here, right above me, that I do my filming with. Let me do the intro for this. Slide this over. And when I get started in the build, I'll zoom in a little closer for you so you can see what I'm doing. All right. Welcome back, my friends, to Scale Model Kit Review Studio, and welcome back to another installment of the Agora Models build the SAS Willy's Jeep. Now this is 1/8 scale, die cast in plastic, very detailed representation of the North African British SAS Willy's Jeep. I am currently working on pack 5. And if you think you'd like to get this for yourself, head over to Agora Models. I put a direct link in the description below. Also, Agora Models just started their campaign with the Jaws Orca boat. I think it's 1/16 scale this boat is, and you're going to see that on my channel also. Okay, so I'll be working on 8 more stages. stage 31 through 38. Don't forget, you can go online, the download center of Agora Models, and view or download the instructions for this build. So stage 31 is fitting the front right wheel, and in here you can see we have the other fender that we still need to install. Stage 32, fitting the voltage regulator and the battery. Stage 33, we're going to continue building the radiator. We started that in the previous pack. Stage 34, fitting the engine and radiator grill. So we're going to be installing the engine. That's cool. Stage 35 is the tire. Stage 36 is the wheel. We're going to combine those two together for one little segment of the video. Stage 37 is fitting the front bumper. And then stage 38 is fitting the towing hook. Okay, so we did receive the floor with that. Doesn't look like we install it just yet. Okay, without further ado, let's head over and get started on stage 31. Okay, so that was my intro for this. So I'll leave 31 on the bench here. And if there's anything important in the instructions, I can always screen capture the instructions and insert them on the video a little bit later as I do my editing. And I have my instructions over here on iPad in front of me on the left. So they give you expert tips on how to build this. So it's really nice set of instructions. Very well illustrated with the instructions here. Yeah. So we do fit the fender. Okay. I'm gonna see what we do here, what we got going on here, where I can give me a few seconds. Want to make sure you can see it. May have to adjust it a little bit. You know, sorry about that. There we go. If I can zoom in. Can I turn it? All right. There we go. All right. That's better. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to get the parts I need. Where are the spare parts. All right, I found them. All right, I'm back. A little bit of a senior moment there. Box was right there in front of me. All right, with my spare parts. So you guys have a little bit of a closer view there. Here's the parts for stage 31. Let's get a closer look. So it's always handy to have a sharp X-Acto blade handy. A lot of these metal parts may have flash where you need to put a screw through, and you may need to clean the hole with the blade because it's not a very hard metal. And we'll get this lined up, zoom in a little closer with my camera overhead. Line up all the screws. All right, DM, FM, and OM screws. We received the right fender. Very cool there. You can see it still retains the olive drab inside the engine compartment and painted over with the desert yellow with that. And then you have a brace for the fender. So typically what I'll do, I won't film it. I do a dry fit to make sure everything looks like it goes down okay. And look at the instructions to see what screws I use for it. Looks like I use FM screws. They are the larger screws. So I have 3 different sizes of screwdrivers that I use for this. These are the Willy screwdrivers. I highly recommend it. They are magnetized for your screws. And really all you need are the 3 different sizes. So they are a PH type cross point screwdriver, and like I said, the name of the company is Wera, W-E-R-A. So I have the PH double O screwdriver, that's the smallest, and the medium size is PH-O, and then the larger one is PH1. So I use the larger one a lot. It helps give you a little more torque on that screw. Plus, I'll use 3-in-1 oil to help them along when the screws are going into metal. So in this case, I will open up all the bags for all the screws, but I'll leave the screws in the bags so I don't get them mixed up in preparation. I usually try to get everything prepared before I film. So I'll be filming this in one shot for you guys, but the actual video I come out with will be edited shorter. But if I had to do anything special, I'll tell you about it or I'll show you in the video. All right. wider view. There we go. And just make sure everything lines up like it's supposed to. Here we go. Looks good. It's an FM screw. I have my oil on the back side there. Dip it in. Get it ready. So I brought over the chassis, that's this right here, and here's our right fender. And on the bottom of the right fender, it's marked with an R. It also has a couple of alignment tabs that line up to the frame on the chassis. So do that. And then 2 FM screws go into this. It's a fairly large screw, and I put some oil on it. Just get them both started first. And with this, you don't want to put too much pressure on the chassis. Try to support the frame while you drive those screws in. All right, there we go. Looks good. Both screws are in. That's what that looks like from the side. Now we'll go ahead and put the support brace on from underneath. Here's that support brace. It also has an alignment tab. There we go. So the alignment tab is actually on, goes to the top of the fender. And then we put 2 more screws into that. We put 2 DM screws into that. Okay. Once again, get them both started before I tighten them down. And 2 DM screws went in tight. That's how that looks there. Next, we're going to go ahead and install the wheel and tire on this side. And that's already been built up. It should be in your spares box. And that gets mounted with an OM screw. Now, before I actually mount the wheel to the axle, I like to get the threads started on the axle first without anything installed, because you're going to be cutting the threads with this screw, this OM screw. So I'm going to put some oil on it and get it started. And let the threads cut themselves. Screw it all the way in. And then back it out. So now we're ready for the wheel and tire. Now, on our wheel and tire, we put the cap on and there's a spacer inside. So we'll pop that off with the screwdriver. And there's our spacer and the cap. We'll simply put that down. Now, if you wanted, you could put a little bit of oil on that to help lubricate it, which I may do. I'm going to put a little Vaseline on that. I have these disposable micro applicators that I use. That's these here. Very nice, very handy to have those. And I'll put Vaseline around that axle. That works. Put the wheel on. Here we go. And the spacer, I'm going to insert it on the screw. Insert the spacer on the screw here. And drive it home. You don't want to over tighten it, just snug. So it can still rotate. There we go. That's good there. And then you can put the cap on. Perfect. And that completes stage 31. Let's head over and get started on stage 32. Good, very good. Now we got both wheels on. Looks very cool. Got to be careful. I mentioned this before, when you're handling the chassis, try not to touch the muffler because you could break it loose there. Yeah, so I think I need to super glue that in place. I'm going to do that now. I'm not filming this, but like I mentioned, you want to be careful with this. So just one little screw holding the muffler on the right here, and it can strip out really easy because it's going into plastic. So I got this Super T instant glue, the CA glue gap filling, and it's by a Satellite City. Really good, high quality stuff here. I keep my glue in the refrigerator. It will last longer that way. Okay, so I'll take the screw out. Put a little glue on it. And drive the screw into it until it's snug. Should be good. Check the other side. Now that went into metal, but it's also stripped out. Actually, it's broke. Okay. So I need to tap that out. I do have a tap and die for that. All right. That's going to be later. Wow. Now these screws are fragile, so the one holding the muffler on the inside broke. And yeah, I have to drill it with a left hand drill bit. Tiny one. I don't think I can get a set of flat nose on it to pull it out. It looks like it's backing out some. Yeah, I may have to drill that. Let's see here. I mean, I can't proceed until I get that out and fixed. So it doesn't go all the way through, does it? No. Okay, I'll be right back. Hmm. Yeah, well, I'll have to deal with that later. I don't want to hang up this video here, but I will get that screw out a little bit later. It's there, but it's almost broken off flush to grab it. Okay, so I am cutting the screw with this bit. I put some oil on it to help it. All right, so I got a pretty good little dimple cut into it. Go a little deeper with it. Sometimes you can go in there with the Phillips head and try to back the screw out. Okay, I'm gonna get a left hand drill bit. I'll be right back. I have to remember where I put them. Yeah. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I think I found what I needed. It's a tap and drill. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just drilling that screw out. I think this is too large. And I can just put a new screw in it. Got some oil on it. Oh yeah. All right. These screws are pretty soft, so they will drill. And that's what I'm having to do here, is just drill it out. And I can put a new screw in. 2mm. Would be too big. One and a half millimeter. Yeah. And I'll be able to get a new screw into that. That's good. It is good. All right. A little more. See how far down. A little more oil. Yeah, I think that's good right there. And I could probably get an axle screw on that. Let's see. Or an FM screw. Let's see there. All right. It's almost done. Sorry about the weight. But like I said, when you handle your Jeep, you don't want to handle it by the muffler because it's very fragile in that area. And just so happened the screw I put in broke. So and I can put a new screw in there. Okay. Everybody still with me? So if you're just joining me, I'm building the British SAS Jeep, and I did something that I tell people not to do, and that is handle the Jeep with the muffler. So try to avoid handling the suspension and try not to touch the muffler components, because it's very fragile, and so I have to put an oversized screw in there. I have to look at my spares that came with this kit, because I know there's some spares that are larger, that are yellow colored. So I think I can put a new screw into it. I'll be right back. Yeah, so the head broke right off of it. So I do have some spare screws that came with this build. Just got to find the right size. Maybe a CM screw. Yeah, looks like a CM screw will work. Perfect. So I drilled it out enough that I could put a CM screw into it. Had to drill the old screw out with a bunch of small drill bits, but I did it by hand. I didn't use any power tools for this. So it worked out. But like I said, you want to make sure you don't handle the Jeep in that area. Okay. Now I can move on. Get cleaned up here. Yeah, there's that broken screw head right there. Huh, that kind of surprised me. It's the first time I broke a screw like that. And maybe it's because I was over tightening it when I initially put it in. So you want to be careful when you're driving screws into the metal parts. You don't overdrive them. You can actually snap them off. Okay. All right, so now we can get ready for stage 32. So all that was done off camera, but it looks better. You want to be careful. You don't want to blow off your workbench with all those metal shavings. I created a bunch of little metal shavings. You definitely don't want to blow that off. Just wipe it off and you can vacuum it up. But if you use compressed air, any kind of air to blow it, it can get into the air and get into your eyes. So you don't want that to happen. I've gotten metal in my eye before and it wasn't fun. When I worked on C-130s in the Air Force, I worked in a dock, maintenance dock situation where we have sheet metal workers doing their sheet metal stuff, and there were hot days. We had to open up both sides of the hangar doors, front and back, to air out the hangar. A gust of wind would come through and it kicks up all the metal shavings in there, and that's how I got the metal in my eye. It actually rusted in my eye, and I had to get it removed and get the rust drilled out off of my eyeball. So that was not fun at all. All right, let me get the parts for 32. Okay. Zoom in on top. All right, so here's the parts for stage 32. Voltage regulator, battery, and jerry can. Let's get a closer look. All right, so if you're just joining me, please smash the like button. I had over 300 hits on my last video, live video, but very little like buttons. So please hit the like. Really helps my channel out. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. All right. So we'll lay these out and get a closer view of all the parts. Voltage regulator, battery there. The jerry can. Right, the jerry can be used both for what? Water and fuel. So what distinguishes the difference between the water and fuel on a jerry can? Anybody know the answer to that? Please type it in the chat if you know the answer, or in the comments, either way. If you're watching a replay of this video, put your answer in the comments. Here's a close-up of those parts. Here's our battery. Looks like a 3-cell battery. More than likely 6 volt from back in the day. Voltage regulator, DP, SM, and CP screws, and of course the jerry can. Okay, so we're going to mount the voltage regulator first. Move all those parts out of the way. And SM screws for that. It's going to go on the right fender. Just like that. Okay, very good. Everybody can see okay? How's the sound? Sound good? I feel happy that I got that screw drilled out and got a new screw in there. You can't even tell anything happened. Very good. And the reason why it mattered is because we're going to be mounting the engine, and I wanted to have the exhaust lined up where it needs to be for the engine. All right. I should bring the engine out. I got the engine in the other studio. Please join the chat. The chat's going. You just join me. I am building the Agora Models British SAS Jeep. All right. 4 SM screws in this case. They're fairly small screws, so I don't think I need to use oil on them, but I might do that, just a tiny bit of oil on those. We're going to mount the voltage regulator to the right fender, and it simply goes down right there. There's 4 holes for it, and 4 SM screws go into that. And I'm going to install it off camera. Nobody wants to see me put screws in, but I'm going to talk about what I'm doing, what I did. You want to get them all started first. And once you have them all started, then you can tighten them down. Don't over tighten them because they're going through plastic. The voltage regulator is plastic, and you can actually break the plastic. So you don't want to over tighten them. These screws we put in, they're not threaded. They create their own threads as you put them in. So that's why it's good to use the oil. And they're called an SM screw. So the M means metal. Screws are designed for metal, but they still are a soft screw. They can easily break. And I might have it in upside down. Let me see. Oh, no. So I have to point that out also. I lucked out. Matters what direction this voltage regulator gets put down. Okay, I'm going to zoom in on it a little bit and talk about what I did. All right, so I got the voltage regulator mounted, got all 4 screws in, they're loose right now. So make sure you get them all started and then tighten them down. Don't over tighten them because it could actually break the plastic for the voltage regulator. Also pay attention that your little oval circle on top is just like that. So I'm just tightening them until I feel them get snug and then I stop. I need to crank that one in a little more. Let's see. Go. All right. It's important you get drive the screws in as straight as possible. All right, next step is the battery. And the battery gets held down with, looks like 1 screw. What is that? Yeah. Okay. And just do a test fit here. It looks like it only goes in one way. Yep. All right. Next, we'll install the battery. If you look at it from underneath, you'll see there's an alignment tab that sticks out more. That lines up with that large hole, so it only goes on one way. Once you have that on, then you can flip it over and put your screw in on the back side. Looks like it's a CP screw on the underside. All right. So this is a CP screw, P as in plastic. We don't lubricate this screw. Okay. Once again, you don't want to over tighten this screw because it's going into plastic. It could just strip out. So just put it in snugly. And that's good there. All right, the voltage regulator and the battery are installed. With the voltage regulator, I did use metal screws that go into metal, so I did use some 3-in-1 oil on those. And of course, the screw that went in for the battery underneath is used for plastic, so don't lubricate that, and just put it in till it's snug. Don't over tighten it because it could strip. Now let's go ahead and build the jerry can next. All right, move that out of the way. So I'm just going to build it. Well, I should show it at least once in this video, how everything goes together, but it's pretty simple. Two DP screws will hold the jerry can together. It's plastic. So zoom out a little bit here. Bring the parts over. And film it here real quick. All right, so the jerry can is very easy to assemble. Put the two halves together and put two DP screws into it on the side there. And just put them in until they're snug. Don't over tighten them because it's going into plastic. It could easily strip. And then we can take our handle, and that just press fits in place. There you go. And the cap press fits in place. And then this can actually has some plugs to hide those screw holes, and they just press fit. And you want to make sure that the ejector pin mark on this plug is on the inside. There you go. That's the completed jerry can. So that completes stage 32. Let's get started on stage 33. All right. So I should be further along in this video. If you're just joining me, I broke a screw on that holds the muffler in place on the frame, because I handled the frame with and I got a hold of the muffler. Avoid holding that muffler when you're handling the frame because it's very fragile. You'll break stuff, and I broke the screw off, amazingly. All right, what do we got for 33? The radiator. Okay. So we're going to need the parts from the previous pack. Here's the parts for the radiator. What did I do with the radiator? I know I built it. That's interesting. hope I didn't throw it away when I threw the box out. All the parts are in here except for that radiator. Wow. Let's see here. Or am I thinking of a different car? I think I am. Yes, I am. See, there you go. When you build so many of these cars, you forget which car you worked on where I built the radiator. So I built the radiator for the Mustang, the 1/6 scale Mustang. So this is our first time working on the radiator for this. Oh boy. Another senior moment. Okay. So we'll go ahead and begin. For stage 33, here's the parts for that. This is the radiator. Let's get a closer look. All right. Had me scared for a little bit because I remember assembling radiator components, but not for this, for the Mustang. And those parts are on its way also for the next stage, or the next pack for the 1/6 scale Mustang. All right. Zoom in just a little bit. All right. Here's a close-up of those parts. We have CP. Here's those parts. Got CP and EP screws. And we have the back side of the radiator where the fan inserts into. That's very nice there. We also have the front side of the radiator, which is very visible on this Jeep because of the design that they cut the grill parts off the front and give additional cooling for this. And this is the top of the radiator, the cap. Get the bags opened up for the screws here. How's everybody's Saturday going so far? Please hit the like button. Just takes a second. The chat is open if you have any questions. All right. I'll just do a test fit here. So make sure it's turned around the right way. Looks good. And I think this goes down on top. Yep. All right. Like that. Okay. And with our radiator here, we're going to take and mount the front to the back. Make sure that your two holes on the bottom here, those go on the bottom. They'll mount to the frame eventually. And then this is the top. And that's going to line up with the top of this, just like that. We'll put 2 EP screws into this from this side. And these are flange type screws, and they're going into plastic, so just till they're snug. Good. A little more. That's good. Good. So they're tight. Then the cap, top of the radiator gets mounted on there, and you can see there's the radiator cap that lines up with this notch here off to the side. It press fits down. Just like that. We'll go ahead and put a CP screw in that hole right there. And CP screws going in. Till it's snug. That's good. That holds the cap in place. And now we're going to go ahead and mount this to the chassis. Bring the chassis over. We'll put the cap on last, it looks like. Yep. All right, so test fitting here. There's 2 holes in the bottom that this will get screwed down with 2 more CP screws. All right. Right, so the radiator will get mounted down on the chassis here. There's 2 mounting points, and then of course the bottom of the radiator has 2 holes right there and right there. We're going to put CP screws into that from underneath. And it should look something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over opposite side of where the muffler is so I can gain access to those screw holes and mount that on there. I'm going to insert the screw through the frame first and then line it up with the hole that I can see. There we go. And just get it started and do the other one. And I got both in, just snugging them down a little bit. That's good there. Then I'll film it and show where I put them in at. And both screws were installed, one right there and one right there, holding the radiator on. And that's what that looks like. And from the side and from the front. That completes stage 33. Yeah. That completes stage 33. Let's head over and get started on stage 34. All right, this is where the fun begins because we're going to install the engine. Let me go get the engine. It's in my... Did we put the radiator cap on? Did not. So I'll film that separately here. Zoom in. It's just a press fit, so making sure that the little tab. Let's see. I think it only goes on one way, actually. It's on the side. Okay. Different. And the radiator cap was press fit in place. You can see that right there. And see how that tab faces. It really only goes on one way. All right. Now let me go get the engine. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Give you guys even a closer view here. Here's our completed engine. Very nice. And so the exhaust system is going to line up with our exhaust system on the chassis. So that's why I wanted to make sure that was fixed so I can get everything to line up. All right. Move that out of the way for our next stage. Stage 34. Here's the parts for stage 34. This is the, we're going to fit the engine and the radiator grill. Let me just film that over. Here's the parts for stage 34, fitting the engine and the radiator grill. Let's get a closer look at the parts. We got that lower radiator hose that gets installed. That's fun. forgot about that. All right. So zoom in. Lots of small fiddly parts here for the engine. Upper air intake, the lower radiator hose. Looks like the overflow for the radiator. And I don't remember what those are. Let's see. Oh yeah, we had little mounts for the grill. Oh, we have the battery cables. Oh, the cover for the transmission mount. That's what that is. Okay. Do a lot here. Do a lot. A lot of it I'm going to not show it on camera, but talk about, because the video can become quite long. So this is the cover for the transmission mount. These are the mounts for the grill and our battery terminal. Little shiny battery terminals. Turn that around. I'm zoomed in pretty close here. And a lot of screws. But I'll throw the screws down on top. Here's a close-up of those parts. Here's our air intake for the carburetor that gets mounted on top of the engine. Here's our lower radiator hose. Both of those are plastic. We have our battery terminal cable, and I think that's the overflow for the radiator also. We have our grill mounts and our cover for the transmission mount. FM, DM, CM, EM, and well, they're black EMs and then tan EMs, desert sand EM. All right, here comes the fun part. So I'm going to install the grill mounts first. And they're press fit, it looks like. And I think they're marked. They are not marked. Yeah, okay. I'll get some tweezers to show them where they go, if they go on the frame. All right. All right, so these grill mount brackets get mounted right there where those two holes are. It's a press fit, and you want it just like that. You want the longer side towards the front. Just like that, and press fit them down. And you can just see it right there. That's how it looks. Both sides. And if you wanted to super glue them in place, you could do that too. Probably recommend to super glue them because they're not very tight. how we're going to cut our tubing. So you're going to need a ruler with centimeters on it. Or you could do the conversion and use millimeter, but I have a ruler with centimeters on it. This ruler, not sure who it's made by, has a little lion on the back side. So we're going to cut two of our cables. One cable is going to be 4 centimeter and the other one's going to be 7 centimeter. And I'm not going to show that. I'm just going to cut them, talk about it. And these are our cables for the battery cables. Four and 7. And a little piece left over. All right. And then we put our battery cable ends on them. Terminal ends. And they just press fit. Probably put a little bit of super glue on them. Okay, so I took my cables, my rubber cables there, and I cut them 4 centimeter and 7 centimeter. So now we'll go ahead and put our battery terminals on that. I put a little super glue on the end to help hold it in place, and just like that. We'll do both of them. CA glue or super glue, as people call it. And there we go. Let those dry a bit. Okay, so the first cable gets mounted somewhere over here. It shows it on the side of the radiator. Oh, on the side of the, okay, right on the, where the battery mounts, there's a tab down there. So that's the shorter one. And that's going to need a little super glue also. And I need a flashlight to do it. Okay, that's on there. I'll let that dry a bit, then I'll show it on camera. It's really hard to film that. Turn that around. Okay. All right. Maybe I need new batteries. All right, before I film that, I need to put new batteries in my flashlight. I'll be back.
Huh? Oh, you're live? Okay, I could be. I did not know.
All right, I'm back. Hopefully these are okay. Oh yeah, a lot brighter. Okay. And the shorter battery cable gets mounted to the front of the battery base there. There's a tab that sticks up. I super glued it in place. And put that down. Right there. There we go, perfect. That snapped in place. And you can see it right there. It snapped in place right there. Okay. All right. So the next cable, the longer one, goes on the engine. So bring over the engine, and it's going to go right there on the solenoid for the starter. So that's going to get glued down on the starter solenoid. So a little more super glue. And fit that on the starter solenoid. We'll let that dry. So the longer battery cable gets mounted to the starter solenoid on top there. I used a little bit of super glue. And we're getting ready to mount this to the chassis, the engine. All right. Let that dry a little bit. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So the engine's going to mount I don't know if you can see this, but the engine's got 3 spots where it mounts to. It mounts right here, which would be your regular motor mounts on the front, and then on the back, the transmission mounts to the transfer case area. Very cool. All right, so let's see what screws I need for that. FM and a DM. Okay. 2 FMs for the front ones, and the DM for the back. Probably a black DM. No, pink one, huh? I mean, not pink. Oh yeah, there's desert pink, right? But the desert tan, which is not going to be seen, so it wouldn't really matter. If you had a black one, you could use a black one. All right. If you're just joining me, I'm building the Gore Models SAS Willy's Jeep. I'm on pack 5, working on stage 34, I believe it is. Yeah, I'm on stage 34. So I am mounting the engine. If I remember right, it was a pretty easy task. Last time I did this on the Army Jeep, the US Army Jeep. Giving myself a closer view of the instructions on my iPad. And the key here, though, when you throw the engine in, make sure that your exhaust system goes in front of the steering gearbox underneath as you feed it through. Okay, and then it should route over. I'm just making sure my battery cable is also clear, and then I can, there we go, right there underneath. And I need a little dry fit because I'm not filming. Okay. All right, get my camera ready up above. Zoom out some. You guys can see okay? Please hit the like. Just takes a few seconds. Hit a like. Really helps the channel. Helps get the word out that I'm here live right now. Okay, this is IRL in real life. So I am gonna install the engine now. We're at the point where we can install the engine into the chassis. All right, so I brought the chassis over and I'm ready to install the engine on this. The engine mounts to 3 points, 2 up front, which are your engine mounts up front, and then 1 in the back for the, off the transmission itself. We're going to use 2 FM screws up front, they're large screws, and a DM screw in the back, which is a smaller screw. Now, I took my battery cable and I ran it to the bracket above, right below the alternator or the generator. They didn't have alternators back then. This is a generator. And that way it's kind of out of the way. Now we want to make sure that our exhaust system here gets routed in front of our steering gearbox. So we'll kind of go at an angle with it to drop it in. And line up our holes with the engine on top and on the sides. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So what I think I can do is put the transmission in first, leave it loose. And that's this back here. Okay, so it's in and loose. And then I'm going to take my battery cable and pull that out. Put it on top there. There we go. And you can see my exhaust system is routed where it needs to be, but I want to move my brake cable above it because it's kind of in the way. So I got a brake cable hanging down there. If it'll let me. So I'll pull that. I gotta move it. So I gotta take the screw out because I want to put that brake cable where it needs to be. Brake line. Okay. All right. Brake line is out of the way now. Good. All right. Here we go. All right. Good, good, good. All right, get everything lined up now. Okay. Very good. Now, all right. So now the engine's lined up. I routed my brake cable above that exhaust pipe so it's not hanging down under the chassis. Probably isn't correct, but I just didn't want it hanging down. Now I can go ahead and put my 2 FM screws up front in. The back one is installed, but it's loose. And I'll put some oil on those. move this around where I can see it better on this side. So once I get the one side lined up, the other side should line up. Okay. So it's started on the left side, and I should be able to get the right side in next. Yep, it's lined up. Very cool. Very easy engine install, actually. It threads through the engine mount down through the chassis. So there we go. All right. So I'm going to lift it up. I don't want to put any pressure on the axle to tighten it down. Go to the other side and tighten this side down here. And I'm holding the chassis up with my hand. I don't want to put any pressure down on the axles. Would be a bad thing. You could break the axle. So just be careful with that. And then I'll go ahead and tighten down the back one. And all three are tightened down. The engine is mounted. We made sure we paid attention to our battery cable and battery cable coming from the starter. That's this right here, and that will reach over to the battery. I'll plug it in a second. Also paid attention to the exhaust. So you can see how the exhaust looks right there, and we'll just take and line it up to the exhaust, and there you go. You may want to put a little super glue on that, but mine looks good. It snapped right in where it needs to be, and that's how that looks. And I ran my brake line above the exhaust, so it's not hanging down, because it was kind of long and hanging down there. So that's how that looks. And probably put the cover on next. Oh, they do want to plug in the battery cable. And the battery cable does get plugged in next. There we go, clicked in. Now we can mount the radiator grill. Okay. Am I locked up? No, let's see. I don't think so. guys have a good view? Looks like you do. Let me get the radiator grill. There it is. But do I put the cover on? Not yet. Okay. All right. Yeah, this was a little tricky because you're lining up a couple of tabs and some screws going on the side and some screws on top. And then there's another screw on the bottom in the middle that we have to play with. Where the radiator goes. Let me look at that. Yeah, okay. Inserts in that slot. All right. K1 or 1K. Yeah. All right. All right, next we're going to install the grill, and the grill has several areas that mount to the front of the car here, front of the Jeep. Now they call this 1K, and that's just a little plastic mount. It's going to mount underneath the radiator right there. It goes, make sure it's pushed into that slot. It gets mounted there, and a screw goes into that later. We also have press-in connections that we put in earlier that the grill is going to mount to from the bottom there. Have these tabs that stick out. And then also we have screws that go in on the sides and on the top. So we've got a lot to do here with this radiator. So we're just going to fit everything in place. Make sure the mount is may loosen up the fender. I'm going to loosen up both fenders a little bit. I think just the right one should be good. Just have it loose a little bit. You get the bottom tabs in. Oh, it won't loosen up because I got those brackets on from the inside. All right. All right, so it's just a tight squeeze here. And yeah. properly. Yeah, it's a little tricky because you're trying to get this tab underneath that bracket at the same time. And this you just gotta be patient with. Here we go. Come on, baby. Oh, see, that broke. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. Yeah, so this is the hard part, this grill here. I broke the tab for it on the bottom, but I think I can just glue all that back together once I get it up there. Yeah. Yeah, so got to get this bracket back in on the side that I should have super glued. There we go. And then slide it straight down. Now I can slide it straight down now because the bracket broke on the bottom. That just is not a very welcoming design for this to get everything lined up. Okay. all the way down. All right, so my little bracket broke. It's plastic. I'm just going to glue it back in place after I get all the screws in. All right. All right, CM screws on top, and on the side, DM screws. So these side ones, if I remember last time, they were a little bit hard to get lined up. They are going in the metal, so a little bit of oil will help with that. And I'll do that first, the side screws. Here we go. Yep. Just like I remember. A little harder to get those side screws in, lined up. Okay, got them both started. Now the other side. Okay, one started. Yeah. And definitely oil helps. Okay. All right, they're all started. That's, yeah. That's a little fun, the grill is, with this. all four are started, so I'll tighten them down. Okay, and then the top ones are the CM screws, and those are black. Black screws. Get everything to line up here. There it is. Okay. Get that lined up. There we go. All right, now the bottom one that broke, and I don't think it really matters. But I'm going to super glue it. Okay. And put the screw in. Yeah, so it won't line up. Even with the screw in. So I'm not going to worry about it. All right. Because everything's lined up front and all that. Okay. All right, so I put in DM screws on the side of the grill, both sides right there. That's a little fiddly. I had a difficult time getting the holes lined up, but just try to get the front of the grill flush with the fender. You can see that for both sides. And then I put in on top, I put in the two CM screws on top, and they are black. And then the bottom of the grill, I ended up breaking the tab where it's supposed to mount, and that's that right there. So I just glued the tab back in place, but it doesn't line up. But you're supposed to put a screw underneath there, but that's not going to happen because it's not lining up. Okay. Now, we'll move on. The grill is installed. We'll go ahead and install the lower radiator hose next. And that mounts right there off the side of the water pump and down to the bottom left side of the radiator. Okay, so and that's another thing that's kind of hard to show until it's installed. All right. So we take and throw it on the radiator first. Okay. And that slots right into the radiator. There we go. Push it in place, the screwdriver, and press it to the water pump. All right, it's on the water pump first and then to the radiator. There we go. Snapped right in. All right. Okay. Because the lower radiator hose is inserted into the water pump there and wraps around and snaps right into the hole on the bottom of the radiator. All right. Okay. Now the last thing is the top. So this is the top of the radiator, and that will get screwed down on top of the engine and go into the radiator. All right, the next thing that gets installed is the top radiator hose, and that will get screwed down on top of the valve cover on top and gets it slotted into the radiator. Okay, on top there. 3 black EM screws are used for that. Okay. So I was calling that the air intake, but it's not. I may have to go in there and edit the audio on that. But there you go. I mean, this engine's almost fully installed now. Looking good. So I'm pulling out 3 black EM screws, and those will hold the top radiator hose in place. Yep. One of them's kind of hard to get to because it's underneath a bunch of lines. There we go. I'll do it first. Good, good, good. And that all lined up pretty good, actually. There we go. They're all tight. Okay. And all 3 EM screws are installed and tight. And that's what that looks like there. Looks good. And the last thing I do is install the cover on top of the transmission mount. Just like that. Press fits in place in 2 corners and 2 screws hold it down. And I'm gonna make the holes bigger because they're painted with an X-Acto blade. So the mount will press fit in better. There we go. Perfect. Then put the 2 screws in. 2 EM screws, yellow. And 2 EM screws were used to hold down that cover plate. And that completes stage 34. We got the front grille installed, the engine installed, and everything looks great there. Everything lined up. The exhaust system's lined up. Looks great. That completes stage 34. Let's get started on stage 35 and 36. We're going to combine those two together because we're assembling the wheel and tire. Be right back. All right. Yeah. That was definitely a lot of work there, and it is. They'd have you do a lot for stage 34, but you got a lot completed here. You got the grill, radiator, engine installed, upper and lower radiator hoses. So there was a lot of work there, but it's worth it. Looks really nice. It's really coming around. So I'm going to get ready for the next 2 stages, which is the wheel and tire. And those will be for the rear axle. '35 and '36. And I'm back. I'm going to combine 2 stages, stage 35 and 36. 35 is the wheel or the top. And I'm back. And I'm back. All right, so I'm going to combine 2 stages for this part of the video, stage 35 and 36. 35 is the tire, 36 is the wheel. Let's go ahead and get a closer look at these parts. Looks like a compass or a sextant of some sort. Aiming something, maybe stuff for the machine gun, the Vickers machine gun. I can't tell what that is. Small parts. The sight. It looks like a sight. Before I start my video here, pause it. I'm going to look to see what that is in the photographs. The instructions don't tell you the nomenclatures. But it almost looks like a sextant. It's interesting. I don't think they're part of the Vickers machine gun. We already assembled the sun compass, so that's not the sun compass. If you're in the chat, can anybody tell me what those small parts are for? And my wife is on. Hello, Tammy. E6000. Tell me how to glue my parts together. E6000. Yeah. Super glue, baby. Super glue. But, so that looks like a sextant of some sort, or a distance item. And it doesn't say what it is. But if they wanted to navigate, they would use a sextant. And I don't see a picture of it anywhere. All right, we'll move on. Get things lined up here to talk about them. All right, here's our parts up close, and of course here's the tire. The tire is very solid and hard, so in order for us to install the wheel parts, and these are the metal wheel parts, we need to take and heat up the tire in boiling water. I typically like to take and boil it for about 3 minutes, and then makes it easier to install your wheel halves onto the tire. We have CM, BM, and OM screws. We have the cap and the drum assembly. And this looks like a sextant or some kind of a telescope of some sort, a rangefinder maybe for their guns. But I'm just thinking this is a sextant for navigating. I'm going to do a close-up of those because they're so small for the video. Get up on them with my camera from above. Yeah, definitely are some kind of sextant parts. Here we go. All right. Build that first. Yeah. We build it first. Okay. Some dog hair on the bench here. There we go. All right. Yeah, only goes on one way. All right. I'm gonna put some lotion on first. Be right back. My hands are all dried out. So we're gonna assemble that little sextant first. I wonder if I can give you a close-up. A little more. There you go. All right, I'm back. Gonna stand up for a little bit. I have a little bit of my sciatic nerve bothering me, so I need to stand. But all right, give you guys just a little bit of a close up there. Make sure I am still live. Okay. All right, gonna go ahead and assemble the sextant here first. And first two parts go together. There's a flat tab that this lines up to, so it only goes on one way. And it's press fit. Just like that. That's how that looks there. Then we'll put the scope on top of that. That press fits down on top also. Just like that. That's how that looks. And then the last thing is your little calibration meter. And that's why I think this is a sextant, because sextants have that. Sextants are for navigating with the moon at night. And it only goes on one way. It has a flat on it. Very small tab. We'll line that up. Perfect. That's how that looks up close. So our sextant is complete. Very cool. Now, the next step is to build the wheel and tire. Okay. Now the next step is to build the wheel and tire. Heating up the tire makes it a lot easier to get the wheel assembly inserted and get your holes lined up and get your screws in. So that's the next step here. Is I'm going to take the tire and drop it in boiling water for like 3 minutes, and then it'll be nice and soft and pliable and we can work with it. I'll do that and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm going to get my screws ready for that. But first, I want us to put the drum on, so we'll do that. Get my screws ready. But first they want us to put the drum on, so I'll go ahead and do that, line that up, and 2 CM screws go into that. Use a little bit of oil on these screws, help it all along. Use my bigger screwdriver. It's a better bite. And that looks good there. And both screws are installed and tight. Now we can go ahead and heat up the tire. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. I am back. All right, so all right. All right, I'm back. Tire heated up. And you can see it's very pliable now. Very easy. So we'll take our rim and put it on one side, and then we've got the other side. We'll line up our holes. Very easy to do here. Just like that. I'll hold it together because the tire is still hot, and we'll put our screws in. The BM screws, a little bit of oil. Okay, so I thought I had it lined up, but I don't. Okay. There we go. Yeah, they're not lined up. Okay, so you want to, until it kind of snaps in place. What in the world is that? Oh, my spacer. So my spacer was in the way. All right. Okay, get it lined up there. Tire is still all right. Screw, come out. Kind of in my way now. All right, try this again before the tire gets hard. There we go. You can hear it snap in once you get it lined up correctly. Get all four started. helps to put oil on your screws for this, especially because they are larger screws. And I'll use my larger screwdriver and PH1 screwdriver for this. All right, all the screws are tight, and that's what that looks like there. Looks good. Now we're going to go ahead and mount this to the chassis. Looks like it goes on the left rear. Bring over the chassis, and it will go on the left rear here. Now, just like I did before, I'm going to go ahead and pre-start my screw on the axle before I install it. Zoom it out a little bit. So once again, an OM screw will go into that axle. And like I said, I like to get the holes, the screw threaded in first with some oil before I install it. Plenty of oil. Line it up, make sure you screw it in straight. And screw it in, get the threads cut in. And then back it out. There we go. So now I can go ahead and put my wheel on. Just like that. Take and put my spacer on the screw first, little round spacer, and then screw it home. And you don't want to tighten it all the way. And here we go. And the next thing we do, once that's tightened down, is we put our cap on here that has the lug nuts, and that press fits over the top. And then we put our cap on top of that, press fit that in place. There you go. That's how that looks there. And that completes stage 35 and 36. Let's get started on stage 37. All right. So, getting there. Cheers, everybody, with my favorite carbonated beverage. All right. The next one should be easy after everything we've done to this Jeep so far. Let me bring the Jeep over before we get started, so if you're watching me live, you can see what's going on here. But yeah. And I'm going to tighten that down just a little more. All right, that's good. All right, so we got a lot installed already here. The engine, the front grille, upper and lower radiator hoses, the fender, both tires. That's everything we've done here. The back tire, I mean, looks great. You can see it bounces on 3 wheels right now. So our next stage is 37. We're just going to install the front bumper. Should be pretty easy. So I'll move that out of the way. And we'll get it going. Hope everybody's having a great Saturday. If you're just now joining in, please hit the like button. Please give me a thumbs up. That really will help out my channel. All right. Here's the parts for stage 37, and this would be the front bumper. Let's get a closer look. DM screws and the front bumper itself made of metal. Very nice. All right, so it looks like we have a lot of screws to put in. 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. And they will be DM screws. So and it looks like it doesn't matter what direction we go here with, through the test fit. Yep. Like that. All right. All right, so we're just going to line up the bumper to the holes that are on the frame. We have 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom, and we're going to be using DM screws for that. And I'm going to go ahead and oil them to help that along. And I'll just get them all started first and then tighten them all down together. Again, you don't want to press down on the chassis, so give it some support while you're putting in those screws. I'm going to go ahead and do the bottom ones too here, and I'll go back to the top. All right. So I got to kind of push it in a little bit. Want the screw to go in straight as possible. Yeah, that's good. And a 3-in-1 oil always helps. This Jeep is definitely a labor of love. So now I'm going to tighten down all the bottom ones. They're all started. I'm using my larger PH1 screwdriver. Gives me a better bite on the screw. I'm supporting the chassis off the workbench so I don't break nothing. That's good there. And flip it over. Be careful when handling your chassis, you don't touch the muffler. It's pretty fragile. And I'll continue with the top screws. Put the rest in and tighten them down. This was an easy stage. A welcome. But yeah, this is a labor of love. This kit's gonna look great when it's done. Once again, you want to support the chassis off the ground so you don't put undue stress on the axles. It's a heavy kit. That's more than enough stress for those axles. And make sure all the screws are tightened down. Good. All right. I'll fill my outro and intro for the last stage for this build. And there you go. All 8 screws are installed. 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. And the bumper is installed. So that completes the stage. And there you go. That completes the assembly of the bumper. We had 4 on top. There you go. That completes. And there you go. The bumper is fully installed. Got 4 screws on top and 4 on the bottom. And there you go. That completes. And there you go. The bumper is fully installed. We have 8 screws installed, 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. Looks great there. That completes stage 36. Let's head over and do the final stage for this video. Stage 37. All right. Now that was 37. Okay, do that again. And there you go. That, do that again here. All right, the bumper is fully installed. I put 4 screws on the top and 4 on the bottom. They are secure. Looks great. That completes stage 36. Let's get started on the final stage of this video, stage 38. And I knew my numbers weren't adding up. All right. Okay. All right, so let's see here. Let's get that rolling. So let's see exactly what we're going to do with 38, because I have a feeling it's not much. We're going to work on the pintle hook for the back. Mount that. That's it. Okay. Very simple. So we're going to mount the pintle toe hook on the back of the chassis. Here's the parts for the final stage for this video, stage 38. And we're going to install the pintle hook on this, and we also received the floor. Let's get a closer look. I think I'm going to leave the floor in the blister pack. It's probably a good idea, but I'll give a close-up of the pintle hook parts. A pintle hook is very handy to have for your truck. I have one for mine, but I've never had to use it, but I have one ready to go if I need it. All right. All right. CM and CP screws. We have our interior floor, which is made of metal. I'm going to leave it in the blister pack for now because we're not going to do anything with it for this stage. But we're going to assemble the parts here for the pintle hook and install that on the chassis. I want to give a close-up of those parts. From above. There's a close-up of the parts. All right. This is going to be easy. At least I hope it will. Okay. Little dry fitting there. CP screw. Get it ready. All right, we're gonna go ahead and install the handle for the pintle hook, and it gets inserted on the top here, lines up with the top hole, and we're gonna put a CP screw into that to hold it in place. And I'll take and screw it in so I can see it just a little bit coming through. And then get my handle, line it up to the screw. Easier said than done. Back it out. Very touchy. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So I felt it snap in place there. Now I can drive my felt it snap in place. Now I can drive my screw through it. That's good there. And it moves. Okay. Next we take and mount that like that and put another CP screw into that, right like that. Okay, so it rotates. Now we're going to mount this to the chassis, the back bumper. We're going to use 2 CM screws to do that. All right. And I'm going to start the screws first on the chassis with a little bit of oil. I don't want the oil, too much of that oil to get on the plastic. Good there. And there. So, like I said, most of the time I do like to start the threads first with a little bit of oil. And then there's very little oil on that. So you want your handle on top when you mount it. You want the handle of the pintle hook on top. And it just needs to be snug. You don't want it too tight. Level as possible. And there we go. All right. And both CM screws are installed, one on each side there. Pintle hook is installed. So that completes stage 38. I'll be right back. Yeah, we did a lot here in this pack. Pack 5 is complete. And I'm going to turn it around because we're going to do an outro with all the parts. Then all these parts will get packed away for safekeeping until I receive pack 6. All right. And there you have it. That completes pack 5. We did a lot in this build, as you know. And there you go. That completes. And there you go. That completes pack 5. We did a lot in this pack. Installed the engine, fenders, we installed some tires here. We received the floor, a jerry can, and a sextant. Looks great. This is really shaping up. I'm very pleased with this. So if you think you'd like to get this for yourself, head over to agoramodels.com and subscribe to this build today. They have many options available. Pick an option that best suits you for subscribing to this. I put a direct link in the description below. Hey Ed, good to see you. Yeah, I could not remember your name the other day. I apologize about that. You know, senior moment for me. I'm having a lot of those here lately. But I really like what you're doing with your channel, and I like how you're taking care of your health now. You look great, brother. You look fantastic, and good to see you here in the chat and viewing my videos. I'd like to see you in our hangouts that we have. Maybe next Friday you can join us if you have time to do so. I'm sure everybody would like to see you, Gilbert and Mike and everybody else that's in there with us. So that the Styrene Syndicate Styrene Syndicate Hangout is always posted in the Styrene Syndicate on Friday nights. We do a hangout. They're not telecast, they're private. We have a lot of fun there. We do a lot of discussing about the industry, 3D printing, and all that stuff, so it makes it fun. Anyway, thank you all for watching my video, and thank you all who subscribe to my channel. Please subscribe and hit that like button. Until next time, happy modeling, everybody, and take care. So that completes my outro for my video up above that I've been filming, and having a blast with this. Oh yeah, I can understand that. I had those days myself, working the night shift, especially when I was in Germany. I worked a lot of night shifts over there. I can understand that, but yeah, same old, same old. You know what the deal is with our hangouts, so it's a lot of fun. All right. And just relaxing here a bit after this. That was a lot of fun. I can't wait till pack 6 arrives. It's not here yet, but at least I'm caught up. Now I got to do a lot of video editing. I probably have 3 packs to edit and publish. So that'll give me the rest of my weekend to do that. Good. Yeah, I'd like to see you come back, and it won't take long for you to do that, Ed. You have a lot of good stuff out there that you're doing with your channel, and I support you all the way. Let me zoom out here a bit. That way you guys can see me. All right. So yeah. Hey everyone, here I am. But thank you all for joining me here. I just completed 8 stages, pack 5 of the Agora models, British Willy's Jeep SAS Jeep. And honestly, I felt like I got the hardest part done of this, which was installing the engine and the front grille. It's one of the hardest parts for these Jeeps, but once you get them done, a little patience, it all works out. Plus, you guys got to see how I handled a broken screw. So the screws are soft enough that you can drill them out, and then you can tap in a new screw on top. But there you go. That's how that works. Now let me see here. Let me drag out the Army Jeep that I pretty much have it done from XO Collections, and bring it over. There we go. So we got them side by side here. I'll zoom in a little bit. Give you a better perspective of both of these Jeeps. And like I said earlier, the Jeep is a heavy kit, so both of these will be, it's a beast. There's a lot of weight on those axles, So you definitely want to beef them up like I showed you to help you along there. And I worked on the 50 cal for this Jeep too. I'll be doing another video of it. I have to build the trailer and the gun. But there's the 50 cal that goes on the back of the Jeep here. So we have a few more stages to do there, but that's really nice. Most of the 50 cal is made out of metal. There's a couple plastic parts on it, but yeah, it's nice. So I'm a little behind in my builds. I still have to complete the Millennium Falcon. I have 2 more packs to do for that. I have 3 packs of the Enterprise D I need to build up. I think I'm still waiting for the decals. They're back ordered for that. I am currently also working on the Batmobile. I have one more pack to build for the Batmobile. It's almost done. That'll be coming up here shortly. And the Mustang GT500, the 1/6 scale one, I'm working on that. I'm waiting for the next pack to arrive for that. I'm all caught up with it. And I am currently working on the Agora Models LaFerrari. That's a cool kit. And I'll be building a pack of that here real soon. I think I'm on pack 4 with the LaFerrari. That's been a lot of fun. And I'm waiting for the Agora Models 1/16 scale Orca from Jaws. So that will be on my channel here very soon. All right. That makes that fun. Move the big Jeep out of the way. Give you guys a little bit of a show and tell for some kits I got in. Put some stuff away here. But there you go. This is the pamphlet for the SAS Jeep. Makes for a very nice model. Comes with twin Vickers, single Vickers, 50 caliber machine gun, helmets, backpacks, tarps, sand channels, and jerry cans. Just a lot involved with this kit. Really nice. But I'll do a little show and tell of some kits I've received recently. I'm a big fan of big tanks. So this is the first one. Okay, American tank, the M103A2. That's what that looks like there. It's a TACOM kit, 1/35 scale. It's a beast of a tank. We have a military armor museum or military vehicle museum here in Tucson. It's fairly new. It's over by the Pima Air Museum, and I'm a member of it. So sometime next week, I'm going to travel over there and shoot some video. They have one of these sitting outside of the museum. It's a beast, really is a beast. So if you can get your hands on this kit, I would recommend it. I know it's currently sold out from a lot of local retailers or retailers that you purchase from. So I had to do a lot of scrapping to find it. But yeah, it's a box full of plastic, definitely. It's very nice. I think it does give us a metal barrel. I can look at the side of the box. It should tell me that, yeah. Yeah, you do get a metal barrel, decal sheet. Looks like a metal cable. Yeah. And there's your part layout on the side. A lot of parts. Individual track links. Probably could find upgrade to the tracks, some metal tracks. But, so that's the M103A2. And the other one I have is the M103A1. Okay. And that's also a big tank, a beast. Once again, a TACOM kit, 1/35 scale. It kind of goes along with the M103A2, but it is a beast. Same thing, this kit does offer the metal barrel, and it is pretty much sold out to most of the retailers here in the US, but hopefully they get them back in stock. And metal barrel, cable, all the parts. So yeah, this is a cool, both of these tanks are really cool. Let's see, what else can I show you? I have some more goodies. We got this little bad boy here. This Nissan Fairlady 240Z. And that makes for a very nice kit too. 1/24 scale. I got a lot of lights going on. I apologize for that. There we go. A little bit better there. So this kit looks like it was released. Let's see if there's a date on it. Last year, 2 years ago, 2024. Different painting options here. They have the left-hand drive and the right-hand drive versions of this kit. So of course left-hand drive is the North American version. Of course the right-hand drive is the Japanese version. And then we also get some metal air funnels, or called velocity stacks, some metal velocity stacks for the engine, and a nice decal sheet. Metal transfers. So that takes care of all your little chrome goodies and gadgets around the windows, handles, bumpers. Not necessarily the bumpers, but it would be all your labels for the Nissan. So it's a nice kit. This is kit number, where is that at? 24367. 24367. So definitely a new tool. Nissan Fairlady Street Custom. Very nice. And next is this Revell kit here. The newest new tool minivan, or van, I'm sorry, cargo van. 1977 GMC. The Squawk van from Stranger Things, from season 5 of Stranger Things. So that's a brand new kit from Revell. All new tooling. Very nice. You can see the side there. So Revell has a whole series of these Stranger Things kits, but this is the latest and greatest. Very nice. All right, folks, I think I'm gonna end the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please smash the like button and please subscribe to my channel. And I'll see you guys real soon with another live, in real life video, IRL, as they say it. So take care, and thanks for watching, everybody. Peace.